Welcome, Prof. Tim, Prof. Susi.
Morning, Mas Iwan.
Good morning. Prof.
Morning.
Susi, Prof. Tim, how are you?
Good morning, selamat pagi.
Selamat pagi.
Pagi.
Hi,
Prof.
Susi.
Ya, Prof.
Hai tim.
Halo.
Morning.
Good morning.
Apa kabar?
Ini murid dengan guru bertemu lagi ya di dunia maya ya. Sehat selalu Prof. Tim, ini berjumpa terus dengan muridnya.
Ya, tapi
Indonesia.
tapi beberapa tahun ini tidak begitu sering karena COVID.
Iya.
Sayang sekali.
You have to come to Indonesia, Prof. You have to come to Indonesia, to Jogja.
Mau, mungkin nanti tahun ini, mudah-mudahan.
Oke.
Itu harapan saya.
We will be waiting, Prof.
Oke.
Pak Tim baru saja berulang tahun. Masih ke 60.
Happy birthday, Prof.
Baru 21 tahun.
Oh, still young ya.
Sangat.
Kita lupa menyiapkan lagu Happy Birthday nih. Saya tidak tahu kalau.
Oh, jangan.
Prof. Susi beritahu lebih awal ya.
Sudah lewat.
Sudah lewat.
Sudah lewat berapa bulan?
60 tahun.
60 tahun.
60.
Tapi tidak terlihat seperti 60.
Iya.
Thank you, Susi.
Yeah.
Thank you. Now you're my favorite student. You look very well too. Everyone looks very well. Walau pandemi,
Ya.
di sini flu juga, tapi we're still here. That's what matters.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
Okay. The committee, maybe you can start. Prof. Tim is here now. Prof. Susi and Prof. Denny is still in Melbourne, Prof. Tim. Denny
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. Hope I can visit you in Melbourne, actually, Prof. Tim.
Good. I look forward to seeing you.
Inshallah, I will arrange schedule to visit Melbourne, visit you, Danny, and some friends in Australia.
Good.
Yeah.
That would be wonderful. I am waiting for you.
Inshallah, Prof. Inshallah, Prof.
I think Denny is still in Jakarta.
I'm not sure where he is at the moment. Karena bolak-balik antara Jakarta dan Melbourne.
Ya. Saya lihat di FB-nya saja dia baru memberikan keterangan ahli ya di persidangan.
Oh ya. Pak Andrea.
And Susi, I'm very surprised you're not wearing a hat today.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin our event today, I would like to kindly request you to open your camera throughout the event. This is my humble request for you to open your camera throughout the event. Thank you. I believe we can start the event.
Yes.
The Honorable Associate Professor Iwan Satriawan, Dean of Faculty of Law, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Associate Professor Lely Joko Suryono, Deputy Dean for Academic Affairs, Faculty of Law, Associate Professor Fadia Fitrianti, Deputy Dean for Human Resource and Finance, Faculty of Law, Associate Professor Sunarno, Head of the Law Department, Associate Professor Nanik Prasetyoningsi, Head of Masters of Law Department, Bapak Nasrullah SH, SAG, MCL, Secretary of the Law Department, Dr. Andrio Susilo, Director of the International Program for Law and Sharia, Professor Susi Dwi Haryanti, Chairman of the Indonesian Comparative Law Association, and our outstanding keynote speakers for today, Professor Tim Lindsay, Associate Professor Istiana, Dr. Pablo Pereja Alcaraz, Professor Eduardo Oteiza, distinguished professors, lecturers, and participants. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First and foremost, let us offer our gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for His guidance, mercies, and blessing, so we can be here in this event. Salawat and salam are also constantly being given to Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, the messenger of Allah, the leader and the best of role models. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the third Asian Conference on Comparative Laws. My name is Dimas Abdi, and I will be your Masters of Ceremony for today. Our event for today will be opened by me and continued by recitation of the Holy Quran, singing of Indonesia Raya, and Sang Surya, remarks by Asian-Col Chairman Rizaldi Anggriawan, remarks and opening by Professor Iwan Satriawan, the plenary session, which will be delivered by our keynote speakers for today and chaired by Professor Susi, and last but not least, closing. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin our event for today, let us recite Basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The recitation of the Holy Quran.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Iqra' bismi rabbikal ladzi khalaq, khalaqal insana min 'alaq. Khalaqal insana min 'alaqin. Iqra' wa rabbukal akramul ladzi 'allama bil qalam. اقرأ وربك الأكرم الذي علم بالقلم علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم الذي علم بالقلم علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم صدق الله العظيم. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, singing of Indonesia Raya and Sang Surya. Ladies and gentlemen, you are very pleased to stand up. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You are very pleased to be seated again. The next is welcoming remarks by Asian-Col Chairman Rizaldi Angriawan. Mr. Rizaldi Angriawan, the floor is yours.
The honorable speakers and participants, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It gives me a great pleasure to speak to you at this moment, to welcome you most cordially at the official opening of the third Asian Conference on Comparative Laws. This is the conference that is held and hosted by Faculty of Law, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, in collaboration with the Indonesian Association of Comparative Laws. The conference also supported by several outstanding co-hosts and partners. They are International Islamic University Malaysia, University Sultan Zainal Abidin Malaysia, Asia University Taiwan, National Cheng Kung University Taiwan, Adam Mickiewicz University Poland, Istanbul Medeniyet University Turkey, Universitas Muhammadiyah Sumatera Barat, Universitas Muhammadiyah Metro, and Universitas Muhammadiyah Mataram. The conference is expected to provide excellent opportunity to meet experts, to exchange information, and to strengthen the collaboration among researchers and scholars, to present and discuss issues relating to sustainable legal innovation in the age of digital disruption. In addition, the conference committee invited 4 renowned keynote speakers: Professor Tim Lindsay from University of Melbourne, Australia, Associate Professor Istiana from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Indonesia, Professor Pablo Pareja Alcaraz from Universidad Pompeu Fabra, Spain, and Professor Eduardo Oteiza from Universidad Nacional de la Plata, Argentina. Last but not least, I would like to take this opportunity to express my deep appreciation to the conference committee for their hard work and contribution throughout this conference. Also, I would like to thank authors, reviewers, speakers, and session chairs for their support for participating in the conference. Lastly, I would like to welcome you to join Asian-Col 2022 and wish you all an enjoyable presentation and discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. And next is welcoming remarks by the Dean of Faculty of Law, Professor Iwan Satriawan, who will also officially open our event. Professor Iwan Satriawan, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Respected professors, ladies and gentlemen, comparative approach helps legal scholars to enrich their perspective on various legal systems, which may make them come up with ideas to solve their national legal problems. Faculty of Law, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Indonesia, believe that comparative approach would give benefit for the legal scholar to contribute their knowledge for the sake of national interest. Therefore, since 2018, we have launched the first ASEAN Conference on Comparative Laws to facilitate legal scholars to share their result of research. And today, the third ASEAN Comparative Law 2022 invite legal scholars to share again their knowledge in the light of sustainable legal innovation in the age of disruption. It is a great pleasure for us to welcome all professors, legal scholars, and practitioners in today's conference. On behalf of the faculty, we would like to say thanks to all keynote speakers and presenters who has participated in the third ASEAN Conference 2022. In the end of the speech, allow me to express my deepest gratitude to the Rector and Vice Rectors Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, our co-hosts from Malaysia, Turkey, Taiwan, Poland, and Indonesia, the committee of the Asian-Col, who has shown their commitment and effort to prepare and make this conference run well. Thank you very much indeed. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Iwan Satriawan. And ladies and gentlemen, we arrived today at our main event, the plenary session. Our plenary session for today will be delivered by our amazing keynote speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, this plenary session will be chaired by Professor Susi Dwi Haryanti. For your information, Professor Susi Dwi Haryanti completed her PhD in law in the University of Melbourne, Australia in 2011. Masters of Law in 1998, also in the University of Melbourne, Australia. She completed Bachelor of Law in the Faculty of Law, Pajajaran University in Bandung, Indonesia in 1990. Currently, Professor Susi is a professor in Constitutional Law at the Faculty of Law, Pajajaran University, Bandung, Indonesia. She was a member of the editorial board of Law Journal and head of the Constitutional Law Department in 2007 to 2010. She is currently the director of the Indonesian Community for Human Rights from 2007 until present, in addition to being the aforementioned chairman of the Indonesian Comparative Law Association. And without further ado, we welcome Professor Susi Dwi Haryanti.
Thank you, the Master of Ceremony. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. The distinguished Associate Professor, Mr. Iwan Satriawan, PhD, the Dean of the Faculty of Law, Fakultas Hukum, Universitas Muhammadiyah, Yogyakarta, and the distinguished Professor Tim Lindsay, who already joined with us in this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to attend the third Asian Conference on Comparative Law virtually and to assist this prestigious conference as a moderator. I already attend this conference from the first time, which at the time we already make a cooperation with the Indonesian Association of Comparative Law. And the keynote plenary session is filled with 4 speakers with a different background that undoubtedly will enrich our knowledge and paradigm. Our first speaker is Professor Tim Lindsay from the University of Melbourne. He was my supervisor where I conducting my PhD program at the University of Melbourne. He's a very demanding supervisor, but I was very lucky to have him as a supervisor. And Professor Tim is a Malcolm Smith Professor of Asian Law, Redmond Berry Distinguished Professor and Director of the Center for Indonesian Law, Islam and Society. And he has very publication, many publication, maybe more than 100 publication, and including the issue on Indonesia, has a very different issue written in his article, whether the human rights and then the Islamic law and the constitutional law, of course, and mostly deal with Indonesia, because he have a very good knowledge and paradigm about the Indonesian law. And Professor Tim is also a founder and an executive editor of the Australian Journal of Asian Law. And this morning, he will speak about the Islam, law, and the state in Southeast Asia. Professor Tim, the floor is yours now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Susi, Anggota Mafia Melbourne. And thank you also to Associate Professor Iwan Satriawan and all our friends at Muhammadiyah University. It's a great pleasure to be here, but it would be a greater pleasure if I was in Indonesia. And so I am looking forward very much to coming back to Indonesia after almost 2 years because of the pandemic later this year. And I look forward to coming to Jogja and meeting with you all. And yes, all right, Susie, also to Bandung. So thank you very much again. It's a pleasure to be here. And I will just share my screen with you. I don't think I can share my screen. Doesn't matter. I will just continue on. So let me begin by saying that one of the key characteristics of Islam in Indonesia is diversity and multiplicity of voices. This reflects the sheer size and diversity of Indonesia and the historical process by which Islam entered the archipelago, gradually and in a fragmented way along trade routes from North and South Asia and penetrating to different extents in different locations. For centuries, contact with the heartland of Islam in the Middle East was therefore the exception in Indonesia, not the rule. And this had a number of significant and interrelated consequences. First, it meant unorthodoxy was for centuries often orthodox in Indonesia, at least until colonialism made the Hajj easier in the late 19th century and greater contact developed between the Muslim communities of the archipelago and Arabia. Second, the gradual and fragmented penetration of Islam in Indonesia meant what Merle Rickliffs, almarhum, Merle Rickliffs calls the religious imperialism of Arab culture was relatively weaker in the archipelago because Islam was not delivered by foreign conquest. Islam, as it developed in Indonesia, therefore developed or displayed relatively less features of the Arab world in which the religion originally emerged. A third consequence is that often different unorthodox interpretations of Islam developed in different ways in different regions, linked to local history and pre-existing local cultures. And these came to be seen as key parts of the ethnic identity of those regions. And that meant many of these divergent local understandings were preserved until very recently, even when piety and uniformity increased in many Muslim communities elsewhere in the world in the late 19th and early 20th century. Fourth, the emergence in the 20th century of a number of major social and political movements based on different interpretations of Islam meant it became very difficult for nationalist leaders in Indonesia to select any one of those voices and those interpretations as the official national understanding of Islam. In responding to the politics of Islamic identity in Indonesia, it was easier and safer to valorize difference and diversity, both between religions and within religions, to prevent the emergence of a strong, unified opposition religious political movement. In the 20th century, particularly in the post-colonial world after World War II, the diversity and fragmentation of Indonesian Islam encountered the rising move towards uniformity of belief elsewhere in the Muslim world. Based on notions of a united ummah and tied to a growing enthusiasm for scripturalism, calls for assertion of Islamic identity and reform of unorthodox practices reached Indonesia. And this is a process that is still underway. Now, in the middle of all of this, these different voices and this process of reassertion of Islamic identity has always been the state, the pre-colonial, colonial and post-colonial states. For all of Indonesia's rulers, whether indigenous or foreign, Islam has presented some sort of challenge, simply, often just because the ulama are almost always inherently an alternative pole of authority to state governments, even if only in theory. Now, this has actually been true for all the post-war independent states in Southeast Asia with Muslim populations. The governments that have ruled Indonesia, Malaysia, Brunei, Singapore, Thailand, the Philippines since independence have all been essentially secular governments, regardless of what they may claim from time to time. Each one of those governments has been concerned to influence the content, style, and trajectory of the legal traditions of their Muslim citizens to match their own policy objectives. And they've usually been quite effective in doing this. These Southeast Asian governments are often motivated to select and reinvent Islamic legal traditions by a perceived need to respond to challenges they see as implicit in Islam as a rival pole of authority. And in developing legal policies for their Muslim communities, they are often preoccupied by the question of how far Islam should be recognized as a source of formal state-sanctioned law, enforceable by state institutions. And they've often answered that question by using recognition and enforcement of Islamic law as a way of marginalizing the legal traditions of their Muslim communities. In doing so, Southeast Asian governments have often chosen modes of intervention that differ between states and within states over time, but all share common strategies of institutional and ideological restriction and control, often by trying to co-opt ulama. Now, this is true of Indonesia, where the modern republic has been skillful at using its own bureaucratic and legal mechanisms to assert control over the interpretation of religion. It has done this by a close management of the administration of a very limited selection of Islamic legal traditions, interpreting and often altering them quite significantly. This was a strategy that the modern Indonesian state inherited from the Dutch. It was state policy for much of the Orde Baru, when Islam was constructed as a potential political threat to the state the military had created. Now, as we all know, overt repression of political Islam reduced significantly after Suharto fell in May 1998. Many of the new order restrictions on the expression of Islamic identity, political and personal, were lifted soon after his resignation. And there's been a lot of attention paid to the Islamic revival that took place in Indonesia after that. It has been commonly accepted that the Islamization of law in modern Indonesia, particularly post-Suharto, is a challenge to the secular state. And I think it's clear that many of the garis keras proponents of Shariaizasi do seek to challenge the secular state. And many of those who oppose them see the efforts of the garis keras groups to win greater formal recognition of Islamic legal traditions as intending to create an Islamic state, whatever that might mean. But both these groups, the garis keras groups and their opponents, I'll rephrase that. But the opponents of garis keras groups, the ones who oppose Islamization, see an Islamic state as an anathema to Indonesia's essentially secular democracy and its religiously and culturally plural society. Opponents of legal Islamization regard pluralism as fundamental to the political bargain created in 1945 that led to the creation of Indonesia. And so they rely on Indonesia.
Professor Kim,
Yeah.
do you still have any difficulty to share your PowerPoint?
Yes, it doesn't seem to, when I do share screen, it doesn't work.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, because the committee asked me
Yeah, I can
tell you.
send it to you.
Maybe you can send to the committee, and then the committee will help you to share your PPT, PowerPoint.
Sure. I'm just doing that now. Sorry. Okay, I've just sent it. Shall I keep going?
Sure, you can keep going.
Sure. I've emailed it now. However, in my view, the situation is much less clear-cut than the groups at the extremes of this debate over Islamization admit. It is not necessarily true that recent successful efforts of legal Islamization have reduced the state's influence over the religious lives of Muslim Indonesians. This is for two reasons. First, if in the past the state stood above and dominated civil society, in post-Suharto Indonesia, the state now stands in the middle, mediating and moderating the pluralist camp, the pro-democracy camp, the anti-democracy camp, the Islamization camp, the forces of globalization, and forced to accommodate all of these to different extents and at different times. In other words, both the proponents and opponents of Islamization look to the state to mediate in their favor. Strategies for and against Islamization in Indonesia are therefore most often expressed. Yeah, thank you. Just keep going down the slides. Keep going. Keep going. Yes, just stop there, please. Okay, thank you very much. Just go back one slide. Thank you. That's good. The strategies of those who support Islamization involve use of the secular structures of the state, the instruments that pass law and interpret law to strengthen their positions. Muslim groups, particularly conservative ones, have sought to use the legal mechanisms the state has developed to restrict Islam in their efforts to force the state to accept the normative religious role and adopt the conservative norms they propose. In other words, they seek to reassert Islamic belief through the bureaucratic agencies of the state that they see as having distorted it in the past. As a consequence of this, the state's capacity to intervene in the religious lives of Muslims in Indonesia has expanded, not contracted, after Suharto. There is a pattern that's clear of the state responding to pressure from Muslim groups to revise and expand the scope of Sharia, but usually doing so in a way that keeps Islamic legal traditions within the formal legal and administrative framework of the state. Accordingly, although Islamic legal traditions have expanded beyond the narrow, limited private law sphere they were confined to under Sukarno and Suharto, regulation, laws and bureaucracy has expanded as well, and the state has kept interpretive authority and a power of intervention, even if these are often challenged. So a key issue now confronting the Indonesian state, which is the entity that makes the final decisions about the application of Islamic law in Indonesia, is should Indonesia's historical religious diversity be dismantled and a state-endorsed version of Orthodox Shafi Islam formulated and applied by the state? Now, this would not be a quick or easy task, because although Indonesia is the world's largest Muslim society, it has no official mufti who speaks with the authority and power of the state, unlike Singapore, Malaysia, and Brunei. Even MUI is not an official mufti, and it doesn't always speak with the voice of the state. In fact, it often criticizes the state. Second, given the intense social and political competition between major Muslim organizations, many of the major debates about Islamization do come down to, on one hand, attempts to persuade or force the state to endorse one or another understanding of Islam, and a debate between Muslims who propose this and non-Muslims who insist on pluralism. Now, these debates are very intense, frequent, and usually politically loaded, but they are also what makes Indonesia different in Southeast Asia in its treatment of Islam. Indonesia is in many ways the regional exception because it has resisted the temptations to introduce state-endorsed and doctrinal and organizational uniformity that have become law in most other Southeast Asian states. Indonesia's extraordinary diversity, plus the fact that Indonesia has always been ruled by weak states that lack the strength to select decisively from competing streams of Islam, have protected Islam from close state control in the past. But it is clear that uniformity and enforced orthodoxy, the path taken by most other states with Muslim populations in Southeast Asia to manage Islam, is a future option for Indonesia. I want to warn against that. The best way I can see to do it is to give an example of the state in Southeast Asia that has been most successful in using the authority of the state and law to impose a uniform conservative understanding of Islam. And this is a repressive, stifling Islam that is incompatible with democracy. And that is a path Indonesia should not pursue. My example is Brunei. Next slide, please. Brunei is an absolute monarchy, one of the very few in the world, the only one in East Asia. The current Sultan is King, Prime Minister, Minister of Defense, Minister of Finance, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade, all in one. He is the head of state with full executive authority and has enjoyed emergency powers of sweeping nature since he came to the throne in 1967. He's one of the richest people in the world, and after Queen Elizabeth of England, the longest reigning monarch. Brunei does have a legislative body, but it's rubber stamp, has only a consultative role. There's just 20 members, all appointed by the Sultan, and he can remove them if he wants. No criminal or civil proceedings may be brought against the Sultan under any circumstances. No decision can be reviewed by a court. The Sultan cannot be made to provide reasons for any of his decisions. There's no political opposition, no political alternative to the Sultan. Now, this absolute monarchy, Brunei, is one of the only states in the world that formally calls itself Islamic. Since independence in 1984, the Sultan has expanded and deepened his political power. In particular, as regards Islam. The Sultan is the official guardian and protector of Islam and tradition in Brunei. He's the head of Islam, the chairman of the National Majlis Agama, the office of the Mufti, the legal committee of the Religious Council, which is responsible for fatwa, are all under the Sultan's control in his capacity as Prime Minister. The Sultan also developed the country's ideology, official ideology, Melayu Islam Beraja, which he officially proclaimed on independence in 1984. The government official website says it is a blend of the Malay language, culture, Malay customs, and the teaching of Islam and the monarchy system, which must be practiced by all. In other words, the absolute authority of Brunei's Sultan is enshrined in Melayu Islam Beraja, which equates sovereignty and political legitimacy with the Sultanate, Islam and Malay identity, and has been a very effective mechanism to repress dissent and legitimize his absolute control on power. And I'll show this by looking quickly at fatwa in Brunei and the kingdom's controversial Sharia codes. Next slide, please. The state has a monopoly over the issue of fatwa in Brunei because only the Sultan's appointed legal committee of the Religious Council can issue them. In fact, it has been a criminal offence since 1955 to issue a fatwa in Brunei without state permission. This has ensured that, as in Malaysia, state fatwa in Brunei face no competition from fatwas produced by independent Islamic organisations, at least not according to law. And this is, of course, a dramatic contrast to Indonesia, where non-governmental organisations dominate the issue of fatwas. There are three possible fatwa officiators in Brunei: the Mufti to issue a fatwa issued in the state gazette, which can only be done at the request of the council or the Sultan, are binding on Muslims. These fatwa are diundangkan, that's the term used, so they are a form of law. The Mufti's fatwa-making powers are controlled by the council and the Sultan. Both the council and the Mufti have a right to refer questions to the Sultan. If the Sultan makes a decision, the Mufti must issue a fatwa in accordance with the Sultan. In other words, it is the Sultan who is the pinnacle of authority and controls fatwa making, not the ulama. As I said, It has been an offence in Brunei to issue a fatwa without permission. It's also an offence, it's actually an offence under two different laws. And this means there is no chance of any competition to state-endorsed fatwa approved or issued at the Sultan's direction. And that means there's no real debate about fiqh and interpretations of the holy books. In short, in Brunei, Islam is interpreted not by the ulama, but by the Sultanate. Next slide, please. Now, this became clear in 2013 when Brunei issued its Sharia penal code order. And this included hudud punishments, including stoning to death for homosexuality. The Sharia code was implemented by the Sharia court's criminal procedure code order and contains very detailed instructions on how execution by stoning is to be carried out. These orders were signed into law by the Sultan, who, because of the state of emergency that has continued throughout his reign, gives him the power to make any orders whatsoever that he considers desirable. International responses to the codes were very critical. The global criticism led to a business boycott campaign that began in 2014, and again in 2019, directed personally at the Sultan. A Magnitsky-style bill has been introduced in the United States to impose trade sanctions on him as well, and on Brunei. This aggressive international criticism of the code, the boycott, and so on, led to an informal moratorium announced by the Sultan on the death penalty in 2019. And so it seems that implementations of the hudud punishments under the code, including stoning to death of homosexuals, have been postponed indefinitely, but the Sultan could reverse that at any time if he wanted. Now, just go to the next slide. We are all, I think, aware of the codes that have been introduced elsewhere in Southeast Asia, in Kelantan in 1993, in Terengganu in 2002, both in Malaysia. We're also aware of the Aceh's Kanun Jinayah, where a stoning to death for adultery was proposed but has not eventuated. Now, the two codes in Malaysia and the code in Indonesia are a little bit different to what happened in Brunei for two reasons. First of all, none of those codes have ever been applied or implemented. That's like Brunei. But all those codes, the code in Aceh and the codes in Malaysia, were products of conservative local governments and were challenges to the authority of central national governments. Brunei's Sharia penal code is quite different. It is the direct result of a decision of the central government. It's not a challenge to the national government's administration of Islam. It is a direct result of a decision of the Sultan himself, who pushed for many years for its introduction and continues to insist that it will one day be implemented. So just go to my last slide, please. Last slides. Thank you. So what is the result of the takeover of Islamic law by the government in Brunei? The conflation of Islam, national identity, and the Sultan's power in his Melayu Islam Baraja system. It has created the imposition of a form of Sharia, yes. Certainly it is the direct result of a decision of the Sultan himself, and certainly it has led to uniformity in Islamic interpretation with other interpretations banned. In fact, in a system where the Sultan is the head of Islam and alternative interpretations are banned as heretical, no theological challenge is possible to the Sultan's interpretation of the Shafi madhab imposed by law. So as matters stand, Islamic law in Brunei is therefore inherently political in nature, and it is co-identical with the Sultanate. As a central component of the legitimizing ideology of an absolute monarchy, the administration of Islam in Brunei has become part of a wider mechanism of repressive state control, where NGOs can't even exist. And that is true of the Sharia codes as well. Any questioning of state policy on Islam in Brunei is a criminal offence. It is a form of political dissent that is banned and subject to severe criminal sanctions, as is any form of social organisation. In other words, you cannot debate or question the official state interpretation without going to jail. It is therefore virtually impossible for Islamic movements or any other groups to express or debate alternative understandings of Islamic legal principles, let alone organize and engage in public life. In other words, the end of dissent, religious difference, has also meant the end of religious debate. And I think we all know that debate is so central to Islamic thought. So I would argue, the next slide, please, that Brunei is an extreme example of what can happen as a result of the current trend across Southeast Asia of Islamist groups looking to the state to legislate to enforce Islam through state laws. Eventually, this leads not to the rise to power of ulama, but the grant to the state of almost complete control over fiqh. Islamic law then just becomes a weapon for the state to entrench power, as the Sultan has done in Brunei, constructing his Malayu Islam Baraja system with Sharia codes at its center to entrench his dynasty. In my view, Islam is in better hands when it's in the hands of social and non-government organizations than when it is surrendered to law and government. And this means, I think, that the proponents of legal Islamization need to be very careful, because while they may think they are controlling the state when they seek to pass laws to enforce Sharia, more often they simply give the state more power, as has happened in Brunei. Islamization runs the risk of allowing the state to take over Islamic thought. And that's why I think Indonesia's mass Muslim organizations, the debates between them, in fact, Indonesia's fatwa freedom, where freedom is not where fatwas are not monopolized by the state, but are disputed and argued about between a range of different fatwa issuers. I think this model of free and often chaotic debate, and not Brunei's state-enforced prohibition of debate, I think Indonesia's model might be the best example of Sharia in the whole of Southeast Asia. And I hope it stays chaotic. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kim, for your great presentation that focusing the comparison of Islamic law in Southeast Asia with you highlight 3 countries, Indonesia, Brunei, and Malaysia. And you mentioned that in a modern state in Southeast Asia, mostly the secular state, but they face different challenging in terms of how to interpret Islam in each of the country. And Indonesia, Brunei, and Malaysia share the similarity and differences how to interpret Islam in each country. And now we open the question and answer session. There are 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 5 participants already raised their hand to ask you about your presentation. Okay, so the first one I will give to Fawaz, Pak Fawaz Muhammad. Please raise your question briefly and succinct.
Thanks for the chance. Thank you, Professor Tim. You have a great explanation about how Islam and law, and also the role in the Southeast Asia. My question is, it is about how the Islam as a religion, and also especially what is the specific role of Islam to respond the diversity that exists. The diversity is religion and also ethnicity in Southeast Asia, especially in being a source of reference onto the applicable legal norms in the Southeast Asia. Is it applicable Islam to fit into the diversity, ethnicity, and also the religion in Southeast Asia? Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Fawaz. Tim, do you prefer directly answer each of the question
Yeah.
or compile?
Kalau boleh satu demi satu lebih baik karena sudah pikun.
Okay. Sure.
Pasti saya lupa kalau tidak langsung menjawab.
Betul.
Okay, the first point to make is when people talk about Sharia, they indicate a fixed set of principles, but the reality is what they usually refer to is actually fiqh, because the vast body of Islamic law, of Sharia, of Hukum Islam, is actually derived from interpretation. There are core principles, of course, in the Quran, which are not disputed among Muslims. But when you start moving into the Hadith, an interpretation through Hadith, and then into the vast body of scholarship and jurisprudence in fiqh, you come to a whole range of different man-made interpretations of the scriptural sources. And that means that Islamic law is inherently debatable between those streams of interpretation. So the problem that arises whenever you say we're going to apply Islamic law is actually what you're really saying is we are going to apply a selection from fiqh, your own selection that you think is better. But because the Islamic community in Southeast Asia is extremely diverse, interpretation is also very diverse, whether that's within Indonesia or between Indonesia and southern Thailand or the southern Philippines or wherever it might be. And so if you want to pass a law that is Islamic, then the government is forced to make a selection from fiqh. That's what, for example, happened in the compilasi. A whole range of ulama came together, had consultations, and made selections from the Shafi fiqh. But they are selections, and people don't agree with all of it, and there'll always be debate about it. The danger is that when you ask the state to make that selection and it passes it into a law, it fixes it. The selection is made, and from that moment on, others are excluded. And Brunei is an extreme example of this happening, where a selection has been made from the body of fiqh, and then the doors of debate, not the doors of ijtihad, the doors of debate are closed. And from that moment on, it becomes a criminal offense to question that state selection. So Islamic law is broad and complex, and interpretation and debate about interpretation has always been important within it. But the process of legal Islamization forces states to make selection. And that is a very dangerous prospect because it allows the state to capture.
Okay, thank you, Tim. I hope that Pak Fawaz satisfied with Professor Tim's answer. And the next question will be raised by Pak Fabian, please.
Yes, sir. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the chance. My name is Muhammad Fabian Akbar. I'm the student of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. I have a question for Professor Tim. My question is, how can Asian countries be integrated with each other and remain relevant in facing globalization, while each country has its own problems, such as the decline of democracy and human rights issues? Thank you very much.
Sorry, Susie, what was the first part of that question? How can countries?
How can countries be integrated with each other and remain relevant in facing globalizations?
Well, I don't think countries need to be integrated with each other, is my answer to that. Southeast Asia is one of the most diverse areas on Earth. If you look from, say, northern Cambodia down to eastern Indonesia, it's very hard to identify anything that is particularly common between those communities, except that they eat rice. So Southeast Asia is a highly diverse region, and I don't think integration is really possible in the sense of a United States of Southeast Asia, and I don't think anything like that is actually necessary. It's not just diverse in terms of culture, it's also very diverse in terms of religion. And even if you look at just one religion, Islam, it is enormously diverse across the region as well. even if you look within one madhab, like the Shafi madhab, understandings of that in the southern Philippines are very different to understandings of that in, say, Kelantan, or in southern Thailand, or in East Java. So integration is not the model. Every time you try to make a culture or a religion or a society uniform, you have to exclude those that are not included in that uniformity. So integration and uniformity are actually can be threats to tolerance. And the secret to Southeast Asian success is tolerance and diversity. So I don't think the answer is integration. I think the answer is cooperation. Cooperation respects difference and allows interaction to occur. It's a different thing. And I think Southeast Asia actually, in a broader political sense, has been very successful in cooperation, establishing itself as a neutral region during in the post-Cold War period. I think it faces big challenges now in maintaining neutrality and identity in the China-US conflict, but that's a topic for another day.
Okay, thank you, Tim. So the answer is not integration, but rather cooperation, because Southeast Asia is a very diverse region, and it is very hard or even impossible to make the integration. Okay. And the next question will be raised by Ibu Haya. Please.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Haya Akilanuha. I'm from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. So as we know that there are many applications of Islamic law in several countries in Southeast Asia as national law. While of course in a country not all people are Muslim, there will be rejection. So my question is, what are the consequences for countries that apply Islamic law, and how do these countries apply it to them? Thank you.
Well, maybe I'll need to have 2 days to answer your question. That is a very difficult question. The answer to that, again, this is just a question about tolerance and diversity. In my view, the strength of a diverse country, a country with diverse religions and cultural groupings in it, lies in its capacity to have those groups coexist in harmony, accepting the idea of the nation. Now, if you take the identity of one of those groups and try and force all the others to agree with it, you create a situation of tension. Or you end up denying the capacity and ability of one of those groups. Now, one of the problems in Malaysia has been that it has given privileges to Muslims over non-Muslims. And as a result, and that's translated out into quotas in schools and in government positions, even in your rights to own shares and so on. And that has effectively excluded a large group of people from participation in education and in employment and government service and so on. And that's obviously to the loss of those people, the non-Muslims who are cut out of those opportunities in the past. It's also to the expense of the country itself. It loses those resources. Now, actually, the rules in Malaysia that put quotas on education that gave benefits to Muslims over non-Muslims was very good for Australia, because it meant that all sorts of really bright non-Muslim Malaysians came to Australia for their education instead. So my university benefited from that. But Malaysia itself doesn't benefit. It creates a brain drain. So if you have a diverse country, if you then, through law, give privileges to any one of those groups, you will disadvantage the other groups, but you'll also disadvantage the country. And one of the dangers for Malaysia has been that it gave a privileged position to Islam and to Malays in its constitutional arrangements. One of the advantages Indonesia has always had is that it did not privilege any one religion. Indonesia's made lots of mistakes. It's made mistakes in managing religion as well, but it's always been able to return back to that principle of religious tolerance that didn't give privilege to any one religion.
Okay, thank you. I hope that you satisfied, yeah, Ibu Haya with Professor Tim answer. And the next will be Pak Alfido.
All right, thank you so much for the chance. So I'm just curious, let's say there is a treaty that is being made by some Southeast Asian countries, like, for example, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Philippines. So my question is, do you think it is a good idea to implement some Islamic law principles to the treaty, especially when one party is not an Islamic-based state?
No. I don't think it's a good idea. No, of course not, because, well, first of all, if you try to insist on a religious principle and try to get a country that doesn't share that religion to sign up to it, it won't sign. So, that's not going to work. It's slightly different. If you have a norm derived from your religion, the fact that it is a norm that comes from a religion doesn't mean that people from other religions can't accept it. For example, all the major religions prohibit murder. So there's no problem about asking other people to agree to your religious principle of no murder because they agree with it anyway. In other words, many of the norms of any of the major religions are shared by all the other religions in any case. But if you are trying to include in an international treaty a requirement that another country obeys a religious law, Sharia, for example, and they're not Muslim, well, of course, they're not going to agree to it. So it won't happen. So that would be a very foolish way to conduct international relations.
Okay, and the next, Ibu Afi.
Okay, thank you for the chance. My name is Afi Trinasti. I'm a student at Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta. So as we know that Islamophobia has become a problem in Southeast Asia, as seen by the violence and discrimination against Muslims in Myanmar. So my question is, how is law enforcement carried out between countries in Southeast Asia in responding and overcoming the violence and discrimination caused by Islamophobia in Southeast Asia? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. In a sense, what has happened in Myanmar is quite similar to some of the things that happened under the Orde Baru, which is that the state in Myanmar has adopted a position that's opposed, that sees one particular religion as a threat and has used military force against them, which is one of the things that happened to an extent under the Orde Baru. The point is that when you adopt a particular ideological position that excludes another group of believers, that will always lead to violence and discrimination. So whether you are persecuting people because they are of a different religion, whether you're persecuting them because they have different political views, you immediately embark on a process of marginalization. Now, the answer to all of these problems is to take identity out of ideology, to take racial and religious identity out of state ideology. So the problem in Malaysia is that Malay Muslim identity is enshrined in the constitution. So all politics are identity politics. In Brunei, Melayu Islam Beraja, the notion of Islam and Malayness are enshrined in the constitution in politics. And so all politics are religious and identity politics. And we can go on with other examples of that. In Myanmar, the military regime, in a similar way, regards Islam as the enemy. And so all of its politics are identity politics. The answer is to remove identity from law. When you differentiate between groups on the basis of identity, that's inevitably creates discrimination and actually loss to the quality of life and society. And the more you remove the state from social life in this fashion, the better you are at maintaining greater identity freedom. So again, Indonesia has, as I said, Indonesia's made many mistakes in its treatment of minorities. And there are big problems with discrimination still today. But at least the Indonesian constitution does not enshrine identity politics. There is a way out of it, better policies. Whereas in some other countries, it's very hard to avoid identity politics because it's legally and constitutionally enshrined. One of Indonesia's strengths, and this is my point I was trying to make, in relation to the Muslim community is that at least in Indonesia, it is NGOs, mass organizations, social organizations that produce fatwas and which argue about Islam. And even MUI is an NGO, even though it's associated with government and close to government. It doesn't always follow the government line. It often criticizes government, and many of its members come from NGOs and other organizations. So it is not captured by the state. And there is no official state fatwa system. Once you do that, you are turning, once you allow that system to emerge as it did in Malaysia and Brunei, for example, once you do that, you have had religious debate captured by the state and debate ends. And it then becomes part of state ideology and part of identity politics. Then you really have problems.
Okay. Ibu Afi, is it enough? Or do you want to explore?
Okay, enough. Thank you, Professor.
Okay, thank you. And the next is Pak Valentino.
Okay, thank you for the chance, professors. My name is Valentino and I'm from Faculty of Law at Universitas Surabaya. And my question is, can the justice be achieved when the justices of Constitutional Court interpret Islamic law, while some of them are not Muslim? That's for my question. Thank you.
Just before I answer that, can you give me an example of where they have interpreted Islamic law?
Pak Valentino bisa memberikan contoh tentang interpretasi hukum Islam ini?
As an example, when at the Constitutional Court giving one of the Islamic interpretation at Marriage Act, well, some of them are not Muslim.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for that. What the Constitutional Court's power is to, as Susie could tell us much better than I can, is one of its powers is to review undang-undang against the undang-undang dasar to ensure that they are consistent with each other. And in doing so, they will often come across laws that reflect religious norms or even deal with religious issues. But in doing that, they are interpreting and applying the undang-undang. They're not actually interpreting and applying Sharia itself. They may discuss Sharia. They may even discuss fiqh, but their role is not to provide a fatwa in an Islamic sense about fiqh. They are drawing it on it as a resource or a norm to interpret statutes. So they're not actually interpreting Islamic law. What they will describe in their judgments is their own understanding of some particular issue as it is articulated in the fiqh. And that may influence their interpretation of the statute, but they are essentially the task and the point that is binding is their interpretation of the statute. Now, if you put judges of a particular religion in a constitutional court and give them that power, and there is a religious norm that is relevant, they can't avoid considering that religious norm because you put them there and give them that power and they have to perform that task. And I think it's rather a fine thing that in Indonesia, you can have judges of different religions considering the meaning of another religion. I think that is a remarkable exercise in tolerance and diversity. You might not agree with what they say, but this is part of that open debate that can occur within the Muslim community and the wider community in Indonesia in a way that it doesn't in many other countries. So look, there are problems with it. But we have to just focus on what the task of the judges actually is and not just jump to the conclusion that a person of one religion can never appreciate or understand anything about the others, because they're clearly not true. A rich society is one where people of different religions have an understanding of each other's traditions and respect them. and a deep understanding is even better. We don't want a world in which Christians know nothing about Muslims and Muslims know nothing about Christians and Buddhists don't know anything about Hindus and so on. An ideal society is one where they have deep understandings and respect for each other's religions. So in my view, it's not such a bad thing if that happens in the Constitutional Court, as long as we remember, and the judges remember, they are not actually interpreting and issuing fatwa about Islamic law and Sharia. They are interpreting statutes, and this is just an interpretive resource they use.
Okay, thank you, Tim. So we have to make a differentiation between interpreting statute and use maybe Sharia law as a source of law or source of interpretation. Okay. Are there any other questions that you want to raise or explore more deeply about Professor Tim's presentation? Okay.
I just want to say, I hope people disagree with me, because disagreement is a good thing.
Okay.
And you need debate and disagreement. And in Indonesia, within Islam, you can do that.
Okay.
You can have debate about points and issues. You could not do that in Brunei. And you could go to jail.
Okay.
So, you know, whether you agree with me or not, I'm really happy we can argue about it.
Yeah. Okay, Pak Iwan, Pak Dekan already raised hand.
All right, thank you very much, Prof. Susi, and also Prof. Tim. Allow me to confirm to Prof. Tim whether my understanding on what you have explained is right or wrong. Maybe the issues that you raise when there will be resistance or objection when there is what we call is formalization of Sharia in Indonesia, right? But in my understanding, it will not be a problem when the Sharia principle adopted by Indonesian legal system, not formalization, but they adopt the principle that lies in the hands of the Sharia principle, not the fiqh. Sharia principle and the fiqh is different. It is also like when we adopt some secular law from US, from Australia. And I remember when the Cardinal of UK, Rowan Williams, also invites the possibility of the adoption of Sharia law in UK a few years ago, but it is not in terms of formalization of fiqh, but in terms of adoption of the value, the norm, which is good, maybe the justice, right? Is it correct, my interpretation, that what you raised question is in terms debatable in terms of formalization of Sharia, not adoption of the Sharia principle or values? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pak Iwan. That's a really good point. A valuable contribution. There's no problem with adopting norms. Norms derive from Islamic traditions. In fact, many laws, undang-undang, peraturan, all sorts in Indonesia, clearly draw on Islamic norms.
Yeah.
And they often say that they do. And that is fine, except for this. What about where not everybody agrees about that norm? That's the problem. And so whether you are actually codifying a particular point from fiqh or the norm behind it, if you have disagreement about that, then you can create problems. And whether it is a norm or whether it is a specific rule, the state still has to make a selection. If there is more or less universal support for that norm, for example, you shall not murder, that's fine. But what about if the norm is you may not eat pork? Tidak boleh makan babi. Now, that's a very clear Sharia norm, but it would not work for Hindu people or Christian people. So my point is this: always when you legislate a religious principle, whether it's a norm or something more specific, you're always making a selection. And once you make that selection, you exclude other people. And that's the danger of legislating on the basis of religious principle in a diverse society. So if you have a society where every single person is Muslim, and there's not many places, not even in Afghanistan, not many, or even not even Saudi Arabia, almost all. But if you had a society where almost everybody is Muslim, then you can, prohibit, for example, eating any form of pork. But in a diverse society, that's exclusionary and intolerant, because not everybody is a Muslim. So it's a collection. It's in a sense, there's less problem when the state selects a norm that is universally accepted from any one religion that's shared by the others. That's not a problem. It's just when you start getting into the application of rules, selection of rules that exclude others, that you start creating problems that inevitably, because you're asking the state to do it, to positivize that principle or norm, the state owns it. And then what do you do with people who disagree? Suddenly they become aliran sesat, or they become heretics, or they become enemies. And then you have to enforce that. And then you have an intolerant state that locks people up if they try and issue a fatwa. So it's a dangerous, difficult path, unless it's a really broad norm. And that's why Islamic law exists better in masyarakat than in pemerintah. It's a matter for choice and debate, and people to follow the principles they believe in, not being made to follow them. So I hope I've tried to answer your question. I hope it's not too awful.
Good topic to be discussed further, Prof.
It is. Well, maybe I should just finish with a quotation from very controversial scholar, Abdullah An-Naim.
Yeah.
Very controversial, but he says some good things. So An-Naim said that any Sharia principle enforced through the coercive authority of the state stops being part of the normative system and becomes an expression of the political will of the state and the legal system. Sharia principles can be a source of law, but once you positivize, enact and enforce them, it becomes a matter of secular law and not of Sharia. And in a diverse society, that's a problem.
Right. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pak Iwan. Thank you, Pak Tim. Are there any other question? Mumpung Pak Tim masih bergabung dengan kita manfaatkan semaksimal mungkin. So,
eksploitasi. Silakan.
Silakan, kalau masih ada pertanyaan, just feel free to ask Pak Tim with many questions. Masih ada? Okay. So it seems, Tim, there are
everybody is satisfied.
Yeah. Or maybe you want to add something?
No, that's good. I just like that we can have this discussion and this debate, which you couldn't do in many places.
Okay, great. So I have to finish this first session by not conclusion, but maybe only a very brief summary. If we discuss about Islam and state in the Southeast Asia, so it will show a very diverse practice. So in Brunei and Malaysia, Islam is put or enshrined in the constitution, and it will give a different consequence with Indonesia, for example. So Tim says that Indonesia is a good example on this. So the constitution give a protection, similar protection among religious groups in Indonesia. So the problem is how to maybe not only implement, to make a positive based on Islamic principle or based on Islamic norm. And Tim said that maybe it is better not to use a political identity or the identity politics based on the religious, because Islam can be captured by the state, and this is quite difficult for the diverse state in in Indonesia. So that's a very brief summary. I hope that I'm not making a false, wrong summary from this.
No red pen, Susie. No red pen. All good.
Okay. Okay. If there is no other questions, I have to give the session to the MC, because after Professor Tim, we have a 3 recorded presentation from the 3 keynote speaker. Again, thank you, Tim, for sharing your knowledge and your experience in doing research on Islam in Southeast Asia. I hope that this is not the last our meeting in Indonesia, but I hope that we can arrange another discussion with Professor Tim, Mas Iwan. So we have we will make a very specific topic for the discussion with Tim. Thank you, Pak Tim.
Terima kasih Pak Tim, jumpa lagi.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prof. Susi and Prof. Iwan Satriawan dan teman-teman di Universitas Muhammadiyah di Jogja dan semua teman lain yang ikut seminar ini hari ini. Terima kasih atas kesabaran Anda semua. Thank you.
Terima kasih. Great presentation. It's great discussion. Stay healthy, keep healthy, Tim. So we can meet again.
Look forward to that.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, now it is time for us to see the recorded version of the second keynote speaker, that is Dr. Hold on. Associate Professor Istiana. She is a senior lecturer at the Faculty of Law of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. And currently, she is also a Senate spokesperson of the Faculty of Law, and she has a publication, for instance, about the polemic of Murabaha financing validity, the study of its implementation in Syariah banking in Indonesia. So, Associate Professor Istiana will speak about regulatory framework on musyarakah mutanakisah under Indonesia and Malaysian law, a comparative analysis or comparative perspective. So please, the committee now can see or can upload the recorded version of Associate Professor Istiana presentation.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dear Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Dean of Faculty of Law, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, distinguished professor, and all participants of Asian-Col 2022. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to deliver my presentation under title Regulatory Framework on Musyarakah Mutanakisah under Indonesian and Malaysian law. This is a comparative study. My name is Istiana Z.A. I am from Faculty of Law, Universitas Muhammadiyah, Yogyakarta. This is the outline of my presentation. I would like to start with introduction, continued by MMQ regulatory framework in Indonesia, consists of authorized fatwa institution, legal profession, and important issues of practice. The third topic, BMMQ regulatory framework in Malaysia, and the last partner is, of course, the conclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, let me give you the introduction about what is Musyarakah Mutanakisah, on paper commonly called it as MMQ. It is one of the product development of Musyarakah contract-based product. MMQ can be done for the purpose of the financing ownership of the such as houses and also vehicle. The structure of the product base, or people commonly call it as hybrid, such as istisna or manufacturing, ijarah or leasing by al-musawamah or sales, or ijarah mausufa fil-dhimah. This is advance or forward lease. Indonesia and Malaysia actually are considered as the largest Muslim population countries with the abundance of Sharia bank financial institution existence that forward MMQ as one of the product of them. It is therefore important to study the legal framework of MMQ between both countries, mean Indonesia and Malaysia, and to explore the major issues occurred in the particular areas. Ladies and gentlemen, MMQ regulatory framework in Indonesia, when we see the authority of the fatwa institution, actually the existence of Sharia Council is essential to ensuring that the activities and operation of Islamic financial institution in accordance with Islamic standard and the value of the Islamic self. In Indonesia, this role is carried or handled by the Indonesian Ulama Council or DSN, and it was formed by the Indonesian Ulama Council. The ISN itself was established through the National Ulama Council by decree on February 10, 1999. And in its working mechanism, this organization is closely connected with the Sharia Supervisory Board of Sharia Financial Institution. So, the role and function Indonesian Sharia Council include issuing fatwa on Sharia economic, giving recommendation, making certification, and also approving the Sharia financial institution establishment. It also supervises Sharia aspect of product is Islamic financial institution through DPS. Ladies and gentlemen, in Indonesia, we can see in important issues of practice, DMMQ in the regulatory framework. As we know, the status of ownership of asset is collectively onward in the Islamic bank and the customer in Musyarakah Mutanakisah contract. Therefore, it is appropriate to use a collateral mechanism in this application, in particular mortgage, which give the creditor the right to execute the MMQ object if it is used as a collateral object given and the bank and customer relationship is not legally regarded the same as the debitor and creditor relationship in the mortgage. Ladies and gentlemen, the rule content in the fatwa and Bank Indonesia or Financial Services Authority or OJK regulation are still general and not too different from those of conventional bank. Of course, in issue of customer obligation to pay the whole object when even of the foul of course has defeated from the principle of profit loss sharing and adopted by Musyarakah. Distinguished professor and all participant conference. One of development issues of Musyarakah Mutanakisah in Indonesia due to only a few Syariah bank in Indonesia offer Musyarakah Mutanakisah contract. Recording to Hussein 2019, his research through the website of 13 Syariah bank in Indonesia, it was found that there are only 4 Syariah bank that offer product with the Musyarakah Mutanakisah contract. We can mention one by one. Example, Muamalat Bank, Maybank Syariah, Panin Syariah Bank, and Mega Syariah Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, in authorized resolution institution in Malaysia, we can see that so in order to support development of Islamic banking in Malaysia in 1997, the Sharia Advisory Board was established, which has the main task of making fatwas and overseeing complaint with Sharia principle in relation to Islamic financial sector. If there is a difference of opinion between the Sharia Advisory Board and the Sharia Committee of other banks, then all of decision of the this institution serve as the final binding guidelines. This institution is one of the agencies that have authority in making regulation and Islamic economic fatwa in Malaysia, of course. Additionally, to the National Fatwa Majlis, the Fatwa Majlis of State and Sharia Advisory Council Suruhanjaya Security. So, in contrast to the session of National Fatwa Majlis and the Fatwa Majlis of State that use the term fatwa for the session issues, Sharia Advisory Council and Advisory Council Suruhanjaya Security use the term resolution. Sharia Advisory Council in the highest referral body in the Islamic banking system based on Chapter 1, Section 51 under 58 of the Central Bank of Malaysia Act 2009. Ladies and gentlemen, legal profession MMQ regulatory framework in Malaysia, we can see at the 56 Sharia Advisory Board meeting in February 2006, the Sharia Advisory Board decided that Musyarakah Mutanakisah was included in the Sirkah Inan. Meanwhile, at the SPS meeting on December 2006, the Sharia Advisory Council decided the Musyarakah Mutanakisah for housing, fencing, and included in Syirkah Al-Mil. Furthermore, at the Sharia Advisory Council 135 meeting on May 2013, Syariah Advisory Council decided that musyarakah mutanakisah could be arranged based on the two taklif fikih, which is syirkah al-mil and syirkah al-akad. According to BNM, musyarakah mutanakisah, which aim to conduct asset acquisition, can have several types of contract as the option such as at-one lease or ijarah mausufah fil dhimmah, manufacturing or istisna, leasing or ijarah, and so selling or pay al-musawamah. Ladies and gentlemen, MMQ regulatory framework in Malaysia, important issue of practice. It is a fundamental tools that the MMQ partners undoubtedly honor the asset, and that is regarded the beneficial ownership of the asset. It plays that the MMQ partners are the beneficiaries of the properties benefit. Nevertheless, the question now arises to who should be the legal owner of the property. It inevitably become an issue as the Malaysian land law adopt the torrent system, which simply means system by registration. Consequently, the name that is registered are owner on the title is the property's actual owner. Muhammad Nur 2019 highlighted the issue of the properties under contraction. In fact, it is implementation reveal a number of legal issues, in particular, and diminishing portion of the MMQ agreement, which can only be sold and purchased once the asset has been completed. The Sharia forbid the selling and purchase of land if the land is not yet in existence or the property is still under contraction. In order to resolve situation, Islamic bank must have entered into different contract during the contraction of the property court and forward less agreement ijarah mausufah fil dhimmah. Ladies and gentlemen, we can conclude our discussion today. So, in general, the regulatory framework is both countries was called deficient to accommodate to need of MMQ user and practitioner. However, the issues in practice solve that there are some sector must be recovered by all stakeholders. In Indonesia, the issue to identify the ownership of asset which in collectively owned between the Islamic bank and the customer, the issue Bank Indonesia or OJK regulation, which are not sufficient or enough to regulate the substance of Islamic banking agreement. And the slow and MQ development are all the sector which hinder the practice of MMQ in Indonesia. And various issues of cost also faced by Islamic banking practitioner and consumer in Malaysia. It explored that one relevant issue will be the identification of the MMQ asset ownership. It inevitably becomes the issue as the Malaysian land law adopt the torrent system. We simply mean system by registration. The study also highlighted the issue of the properties under contraction. Ladies and gentlemen, this is all our presentation. Thank you very much for all distinguished professors and all participants of this conference. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Nasru min Allah wa fathun qarib. Al-birru manit taqwa. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Dear participants of the International Conference on Comparative Law, from the recorded session or the recorded version, unfortunately, we don't have any question and answer session because the speaker is not able to come or to attend the Zoom meeting or the attend and come in the room. And now we have the third keynote speaker, that is Dr. Pablo Paresa Alcaraz from Universitat Pompeu Fabra, Spain. He will talk about international law and East Asia regional order, strengthening of a fundamental institution. Dr. Pablo is a Sarah Hunter Associate Professor in International Relations and Vice Chancellor for Faculty Affairs and Public Relations at Universitas Pompeu Fabra, Spain. So, and now the committee can start the recorded version of Dr. Pablo.
Hello, everyone. My name is Pablo Pareja. I'm Sarah Hunter Professor in International Relations and Public International Law at the Universitat Pompeu Fabra in Barcelona. And it is an absolute pleasure to be part of this opening day of the Asian Conference on Comparative Laws. And for that reason, I would very much like to thank the organizers at Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta for their kind invitation. I would love to be there with you all, but unfortunately, I couldn't travel, so hopefully there will be another occasion in the near future to join you. Now, the topic of the presentation that I will be delivering in the next 30-35 minutes is international law and East Asia's regional order, the strengthening of a fundamental institution. Now, it is obvious that over the last 2 decades, the rise of the People's Republic of China and more generally that of East Asia has given rise to a very intense debate on the potential implications of these transformations on the hegemony of the United States, the distribution of global power, and the dynamics of an international system that is leaning towards multipolarity. Now, some authors have gone further, pointing out that this global power shift also represents an unprecedented challenge to the role of international law as the key institution of the contemporary current international order. Now, according to these analysts, this transformation will eventually relegate international law to a secondary, to a marginal position, similar to that position that international law held during the balance of power system of 19th century Europe or the bipolar system of the Cold War. Now, in my presentation, I will argue that against these interpretations, the rise of Beijing and of several East Asian capitals over the 21st century will not necessarily lead to the marginalization of international law. Indeed, since the early 1950s, international law has become and has constituted itself as one of the fundamental institutions of East Asia's regional order. Now, in the first part of my presentation, I will briefly review the process of construction of the regional order over the last 70 years. This brief coverage of how the regional order was established will hopefully help us interpret a bit better the second part of my presentation, which will focus on the structure and the content of the constitutional base of this regional order, which international law rests on. In general terms, it could be argued that following Christian versus Smith's work, the base of East Asia's regional order is a coherent set of beliefs, principles, and intersubjective norms, which help identify the legitimate actors interacting within the order and also the parameters limiting their actions. Now, in analyzing the main components of this group, we will hopefully contextualize the third and final part of my presentation, which will analyze the study or the role of international law as a key institution within East Asia's regional order. Now, moving to the first part, the process of construction of East Asia's regional order. Now, we can consider that this very long period of nearly 70 years can be split into three different phases that, in spite of some overlaps, in spite of some coincidences, they can be viewed as following a chronological sequence. Now, the formation period, or the first period, started in December 1941, with the United States entry into World War II after the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, and it was completed, or it finished, in March of 1955 with the ratification of its mutual defense agreement with Taiwan. Now, this first period witnessed the definition of the basic features of the new order, as well as the design of its most basic structure. The two main actors back then were the United States and, to a lesser extent, the Soviet Union, both fueled by their ideological rivalry and their desire to expand the geographical areas under their influence. In parallel to the decolonization process, the confrontation between these two superpowers, the United States and the Soviet Union, the role in the First Indochina War, the occupation of Japan, the Korean War, and the Chinese War, led to the configuration of the region's geopolitical organization. In addition, the United States security strategy of hubs and spokes with its East Asian allies, promoted bilateralism and international law as the two fundamental institutions of the emerging order. Now, the second phase, or the consolidation period, comprises the years between March 1955 and February of 1972, when Washington and Beijing agreed on the first Shanghai Communique and embarked on the normalization of their bilateral relationship. Throughout this second period, the United States remained the most influential actor in shaping the regional order, whereas the Soviet Union's room for maneuver decreased. By renewing previous agreements and signing new ones with the respective allies, both superpowers reinforced bilateralism and international law as the order's fundamental institutions. In addition, the creation of ASEAN in 1967 saw the birth of the order's norm of procedural justice, the so-called ASEAN Way. Finally, the most recent period, the current adaptation period, began with Nixon's visit to China in 1972, and since then, the constitutional structure and the fundamental institutions of East Asia's regional order have finally taken root. The traditional dominance of bilateralism, however, has been partially challenged by the advance of multilateralism. In parallel, the United States has lost its absolute control over the process, and other state and non-state actors have gained more prominence, particularly the People's Republic of China. Moreover, economic issues have made significant inroads into the regional agenda, thus contributing to the creation of new organizations and to the transformation of the former hegemonic order into a more contractual one. Now, this contractual order is built on a regional system in which states share at least some minimal values based around the ideals of justice and equality, and within which there are some links of association between the component members. Each state maintains its own identity, which differentiates it from other members of the order, but the links between the different states may give rise to a feeling of collective identity, even though this may be weak. The distribution of power within the system, on the other hand, is variable in nature. Although some states continue to maximize their own interests, at the same time, they also seek out common interests throughout various principles, norms, and institutions. The principles in question refer to beliefs of facts, causation, and rectitude. Those norms consist of standards of behavior defined in terms of rights and obligations. The principles and norms are expressed throughout specific rules whose content and formulation have been precisely defined and which, when brought together, determine the framework and normative foundation of the system. The institutions are built on this foundation and can be defined as constant sets of formal and informal norms which prescribe patterns of behavior, constrain actions, and create expectations. The set of principles, norms, and institutions determine the legitimacy or otherwise of possible courses of action and work as a limiting factor against the concentration of power. In the short term, any concentration of power is made difficult as obligations are established for all states within the system and cooperation is fostered. In the medium and long term, a concentration of power is unattractive for actors within the system because there are costs for non-compliance with the laid down obligations, thus reducing the incentives for states within the system to maximize their power. These principles, norms, and institutions affect the interests and identities of all states within the system. Furthermore, the fact that these states adhere to and observe the aforementioned principles, norms, and institutions creates a stability within the order. Finally, the regional order within East Asia differs from the broader international order, but both forms of order are compatible and they tend to mutually reinforce each other. Now, which is then the constitutional base of East Asia's regional order? Now, one could argue that this comprises three interconnected elements: a hegemonic belief with regards to the moral objective of a centralized and autonomous political organization, the organizational principle of sovereignty, and the norm of procedural justice. Now, with regards to the first component, the developmental hegemonic belief with regards to the moral objective of the state, it is worth noting that since the beginning of the 1940s, it has been accepted, it's been accepted, and it's an accepted fact in East Asia, that the autonomous and centralized state is the key and legitimate form of political organization within the regional system. Additionally, during the intervening period of a hegemonic belief has taken hold that the moral role of the state is to primarily promote and sustain economic development, so that we can thus consider that the state as being a developmentalist state, or primarily a developmentalist state. The main explanation behind the establishment of this belief among the countries which have led the gradual economic growth in the region lies in the central role played by governmental administrations in this process. This central role has traditionally rested on four complementary factors. First of all, the existence of societies which were poorly organized and relatively weak, thus meaning that there was no societal element to hold back the concentration of power in the hands of small government elites during the decades following the end of the Second World. The armed conflicts of the 1940s and 50s broke up with the political and economic communities that had previously existed in East Asia. Furthermore, these conflicts gave rise to a more generalized worry regarding security that favored the establishment of government administrations that were able to coercively to maintain domestic stability and territorial integrity in the face of possible attacks. The second factor stems from the economic interests of certain groups within the elites. These groups had sufficient resources and influence so as to be able to push forward governmental policy and their own economic ideologies. Initially, these groups were found around the Ministry of International Trade and Industry, the MIT in Japan in the early 60s, but similar groups began appearing in the 1970s in Hong Kong, Taiwan, South Korea, and Singapore, with others emerging later in Malaysia, the Philippines, Thailand, and Indonesia. The third factor is the centralizing impact of the communist threat on the United States allies in East Asia. In most of these countries, the population either did not oppose the concentration of power as a means of holding back the advance of communism, or in cases such as Singapore and Malaysia, the society was relatively supportive of this policy. In all cases, the demands that came with the military alliances with Washington worked to strengthen state structures. The fourth and final factor is the US aid and trade policy in the region. Between the end of the 1940s and the mid-1970s, the US administration invested large sums of capital in East Asia, as well as opening up its own markets to products from the region and purchasing numerous products and raw materials there in order to sustain its troops in the Korean and Vietnam wars. Now, the second very important component of this East Asian regional order, of this constitutional base, is the so-called organizational principle of Westphalian-style sovereignty. Now, underlying the developmental hegemonic belief, the constitutional structure of East Asia's regional order includes the organizational principle of sovereignty, which is strongly influenced by Westphalian ideals. This sovereignty, as in all forms of contractual order, serves to differentiate political units on the basis of particularity and exclusivity, creating a system of territorially demarked autonomous centers of political authority. Compared with liberal and anti-utopian concepts, the Westphalian idea of sovereignty is based around state authority and autonomy. The concept of authority refers to the right of the state to govern the population within a demarcated territorial area, and the state provides a guarantee to defend both its people and its land. Autonomy, on the other hand, claims independence and equality for this state within the system. In East Asia, both concepts are viewed as inseparable to such an extent that, as Christopher Clapham and Sean Narine have pointed out, for most countries in the region, authority without autonomy is an empty sovereignty. Both concepts are also fiercely defended by government elites in the region, which has traditionally been evidenced in a strong belief in non-interference in the domestic affairs of other states. This concept began to take hold in the region in the mid-19th century because of the intervention by Western powers in Northeast Asia, and because Japan, China, and Korea became sovereign states. These three countries took the principle of sovereignty on board more for reasons of pragmatism than conviction, so the process took on its own characteristics in each case. In Japan, for example, the government leads clung onto the Westphalian concept of sovereignty because of their fear of confrontation with Western powers, as well as seeing sovereignty as a way of guaranteeing their hold over any future territorial expansion. Now, the spread of the principle of sovereignty in Southeast Asia, that is from Northeast Asia to Southeast Asia, came about later, during the first half of the 20th century. The dependence on colonial hierarchies and the development of state structures by colonial metropolis during this period incited the rise of nationalist feelings. Meanwhile, the experience of their neighbors to the north further encouraged the development of nationalism, as well as fostering a growing regional hostility towards the West. This brought about a growing feeling in sovereignty, a growing belief in sovereignty as a means for achieving independence through a process that Hendrik Spruit has labeled as ironic. The irony comes from the fact that it was the refusal on the part of the European metropolis to grant their colonies sovereignty that led the latter to rebel, which saw them adopting the principle of sovereignty within their discourse in order to demand independence. The concept of sovereignty thus became universalized, as did the European organizational basis of Westphalia's sovereignty. Now, once it had spread throughout East Asia, the establishment of Westphalian sovereignty as part of the constitutional structure of the regional order took place during the second half of the 20th century. Three factors contributed to this process. First, memories of the Second War and the wars of independence lived on within societies of the region. In a context shaped by instability and ideological rivalry between communism and capitalism, these memories led to an attachment to sovereignty as a means of guaranteeing security. The second factor was the deeply rooted belief in nationalism and anti-colonialism within these societies, which was occasionally instrumentalized by leaders of the newly independent states in order to consolidate their authority. The third factor relates to the impact of the cultural, ethnic, and religious diversity of the majority of East Asian states on the political legitimacy of their governments. Right from the start, this political legitimacy was conditional on government's capacity to maintain national unity. Looking to guarantee their permanence in power, the governments of the region resorted to the strengthening of state structures, and just as in other regions of the Third World, made the concept of Westphalian sovereignty the central theme of their discourses. In the post-Cold War period, the arrival of growing communal and transnational pressures driven forward by globalization has weakened the hegemonic position of the concept of sovereignty in East Asia. The communal pressures are linked to the claims of groups which operate within states, as it has been witnessed in the cases of the provinces of Aceh in Indonesia and the regions of Tibet and Xinjiang in China. This questioned the capacity and the legitimacy of central governments to exercise their authority over the entire of their territory. The transnational pressures derive from the emergence of actors and authorities other than the state, and the rise of regional challenges of a transnational nature, such as terrorism, organized crime, or pollution, with the implications for governments being the same as in the case of communal pressures. However, the continued presence of the previously mentioned factors, which have strengthened the concept of Westphalian sovereignty over the last 2 decades, has acted as a counterpoint, as a counterbalance to this pressure. This is not to say that the principle of Westphalian sovereignty has always been respected, or that all of the different actors within the region defend it with the same passion and strength. However, even authors who question its primacy accept that Westphalian sovereignty is still deeply entrenched, and it has assured itself a prominent position in the basis of East Asia's regional order. The final component, the consensual norm of procedural justice, is a norm that is used to adopt decisions. This stresses the value of consensus, and its main function consists of specifying the correct procedures that legitimate or good states employ collectively to formulate basic rules of interstate conduct. This norm has 3 main features. The first and most significant is, as noted before, a preference for consensus. In keeping with the Westphalian concept of sovereignty, this is based on the inclusion of all participating actors on equal terms. So consensus should not be confused with unanimity. As far as it is possible, the decisions adopted reflect the positions of all actors involved. But in general, there is a commitment to those points on which there is majority agreement and which do not raise significant opposition from any other participant. In this sense, the preference for consensus can be interpreted as a mechanism via which all involved can agree on the existence of disagreements without discord. The second feature of this norm is conflict avoidance, which is expressed as a marked predilection for discretion and a pragmatic and flexible approach to negotiations. The majority of discussions are held in private, far from the media spotlight and public opinion, and generally the only matters dealt with are those on which it is assumed that there will be a minimum level of agreement, with more controversial issues generally being avoided. Finally, the third feature of the norm is the informality of the cooperative framework, which highlights the importance of personal relationships within debates and which allows for more flexibility in the organization of meetings, the structuring of the agenda, and the creation of an atmosphere which allows all to express their opinions. Together, these 3 features define a norm of procedural justice which, unlike that which prevails in the wider international or global order of today, does not place a premium on legalistic and confrontational aspects. Furthermore, together with the developmental hegemonic belief on the moral objective of the state and the Westphalian concept of sovereignty, this norm defines a coherent and cohesive normative system. This consensual norm of procedural justice within the regional order has spread to both bilateral and multilateral relations among the various states of East Asia, though it is within the framework of the latter, that is multilateral relations, where it has become more established. In addition, it is not only limited to official initiatives, as it has spread to unofficial debates and negotiation forums. Now, there are several reasons why this norm has been widely spread throughout East Asia, but let me just turn very quickly to the third and final part of my presentation, which is the consolidation of international law as a fundamental institution of the regional order. Now, at the beginning of my presentation, I defined institutions as sets of norms which guide the behavior of actors, limit the range of actions which they can carry out, and introduce certainty into the relations. Now, far from being uniform and permanent, these sets of norms vary in different geographical spaces and evolve over time, either due to external factors, such as changes in international power structures, or as a result of the emergence of new challenges. What is more, in each specific order, these sets of norms maintain a certain hierarchical relationship, meaning that some may be more predominant and more highly developed than others, which can lead to certain tensions. Over the last 70 years, East Asia's regional order has adopted various institutions, such as the balance of power, coordinated control of the great powers, and even war, but only international law has become fully consolidated. The idea of international law as an international institution is not new. Several authors from the English school, and also from other theoretical perspectives, for instance, neoliberal institutionalism, have recognized international law as a key institution within the contemporary international order, with some even going as far as to claim that it represents the key institution of this order. Friedrich Crutchfield, for instance, has indicated that the existence of a legal international order defines the interplays within international relations, whilst James Mayall has argued that international law constitutes the cornerstone on which international society rests. In more resounding terms, Terry Nardin states that international society is not merely regulated by international law, but constituted by it. In the contemporary international order, the institution of international law has been expressed through various international treaties, agreements, and commitments with varying levels of legalization, that is to say, with different levels of obligation, precision, and delegation. Since the beginning of the 1950s, international law within the Eastern Regional Order has taken the form of soft law, referring to legal provisions with low legalization. This international law in East Asia is characterized by three elements. The first one is that there is a strong tendency towards non-binding legal instruments, that is to say, with low levels of obligation. In East Asia, a significant number of bilateral and multilateral agreements have been reached in the form of declarations of principles, political commitments, or guidelines. Leaving aside notable exceptions, such as, for instance, the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation in Southeast Asia or the Treaty on the Southeast Asia Nuclear-Free Zone, there are few regional treaties and conventions of a binding nature. The second element is a notable degree of vagueness or imprecision. The normative instruments developed in the region have a larger degree of variance in this respect, but the majority are characterized by high levels of vagueness, with required and prohibited forms of conduct remaining poorly defined. These result in states having considerable room for maneuver, considerable freedom in how they choose to interpret appropriate forms of behavior. An example of this would be the declaration of the conduct of the parties in the South China Sea, which includes a commitment on the part of signatory countries to exploring ways for building trust and confidence, but which barely alludes to the instruments, timeframes, or actors which should participate in this exploration. Another illustrative example would be the Agreement of 1992, which was adopted to create AFTA, which John Ravenhill ironically dubbed Agree First, Talk After, due to its brevity of merely 15 pages and the lack of specific regulations on the products and sectors to be affected by it. The third element referred to the reduced possibilities for delegating legal authority to supranational entities or third parties in order for these to implement, interpret, and apply the agreements reached, and to develop new norms or resolve disputes. With respect to the adoption, implementation, and interpretation of decisions, the experience of ASEAN, the most highly developed regional integration initiative, is very revealing. Most of the ASEAN decisions are adopted at intergovernmental meetings or summits. These are then implemented at the national level, and there is no supranational body with enough power to discuss or amend these decisions. As regards dispute resolution, hardly any of the normative instruments developed in East Asia have considered adjudication mechanisms. Within the framework of bilateral agreements, the few exceptions to this rule are limited to the occasional memorandum on issues of limited importance to the involved parties, two of which particularly stand out. The first occurred in 1997, when Malaysia and Indonesia signed a memorandum of understanding to take their dispute over the sovereignty of the Sitipan and Ligatan Islands to the International Court of Justice, which found, which ruled in favor of Malaysia on December of 2002. The second case took place in 2003, when after several years of negotiations, Malaysia and Singapore signed a memorandum to refer their dispute over the sovereignty of various islets in the Malacca Straits to the International Court of Justice. In this case, the judges granted Pedro Branca to Singapore, Middle Rocks to Malaysia, and South Ledge to whichever state in whose territorial water it lies. In the framework of multilateral agreements, exceptions are even harder to find and are limited to cases such as the aforementioned Treaty of Amity and Cooperation in Southeast Asia, which leaves up to the states directly involved in a dispute to decide whether or not to resort to adjudication mechanism. Now, The penetration and the establishment of international law as a fundamental institution of East Asia's regional order is not surprising in light of the wider experience of international order. International law has been an established part of the European order since the beginning of the 19th century, and it was spread to the rest of the world via colonialism, the subsequent decolonization process, and then through the construction of the current global order led by the United States. It has thus become one of the first truly universal institutions of contemporary international society. In order to explain the fact that within the regional order of East Asia, international law is soft, or of law legalization, if I may, we need to focus on the concept of localization formulated by Amitav Acharya. The process of localization does not only refer to the diffusion, reinterpretation, or contextualization of an institution or norm in order for it to be applied in a different geographical space. It also includes the norm's reconstitution to make an outside norm congruent with a pre-existing local normative order. This pre-existing local normative order is defined with the constitutional base or structure of the regional order. And as we have previously noted, in the case of East Asia, it consists of a developmental hegemonic belief regarding the moral objective of the state, the Westphalian principle of sovereignty, and the consensual norm of procedural justice. Adopting a soft form of international law contributes to its congruence in the regional sphere in at least 4 complementary ways. First, law legalization reduces the contractual, economic, and staffing costs involved in negotiating and supervising legal agreements. States are thus free to commit more resources to promoting economic development and social welfare. Second, the low level of legalization limits the sovereignty costs entailed in any legal agreement between states, and as a result, it consolidates, or they consolidate, the Westphalian concept of sovereignty and reinforce the preference for informality, consensus, and conflict aversion in decision-making processes. There are 3 main sovereignty costs for states: the potential benefits that they could obtain if they choose not to cooperate and instead acted as free riders, the loss of freedom to exercise their authority in certain areas as a result of the commitments they've taken on, and finally, where there is a delegation to a third party or supranational authority, the possible loss of sovereignty arising from present or future decisions that this authority may take. The third factor explaining preference for soft international law is that a low level of legalization reduces the homogenizing pressures which generally weigh on participants in highly legalized agreements. These pressures tend to highlight a marked level of heterogeneity within the region, and in a context shaped by historic mistrust, power asymmetries, and instability, they reinforce the need for consensual processes in decision-making. Finally, the low level of obligation, the imposition, and the non-delegation of the commitments taken on all work to reinforce the primacy of the state in regional relations, with the state maintaining its freedom to interpret commitments it has signed up and also acting as the guarantor that they will be complied with. From the perspective of private national companies, soft international law increases their opportunities for influencing state actions and for maximizing their interest via the exploitation of the imprecisions that are included in some of these agreements, and also because they enjoy greater room for states to act according to their own discretion within the framework of the commitments they take on. It is important that soft international law in East Asia is not understood as a transitional institution on a trajectory towards hard international law, and nor should it be perceived as a reflection of the incapacity of the actors involved in constructing the regional order to establish binding and precise agreements with delegation mechanisms. In fact, this soft international law with a low level of legalization is the result of a conscious choice, and in terms of the interest of actors and the constitutional law structure of the regional order, it provides superior institutional solutions. 2 recent trends in the region provide evidence for this. The first is the acceptance by East Asian states of a higher degree of legalization of international law within the framework of international organizations such as the WTO, which highlight their capacity to relinquish low levels of obligation, imposition, and non-delegation where their interest or the prevailing circumstances favor this outcome. The second trend refers to the development of different degrees of legalization in regional agreements, these being progressively higher within ASEAN and persistently low or non-existent in other cooperative frameworks such as the ASEAN Regional Forum or the APEC Forum. These two trends, together with the experience of the last 2 decades, show that the rise of East Asia should not necessarily be interpreted as a threat to the current international law. Without doubt, the new position of the region in the sphere of the 21st century international relations will influence the form and the content and the scope of international law, which may soften up a bit. But there are no indications so far that international law, as a result of the rise of China or that of East Asia, will be marginalized or displaced as one of the fundamental institutions of the contemporary international order. This is the end of my presentation. Hopefully, I have provided you with some insights of the work I've been completing over the last few years. And of course, if you do have any questions, concerns, criticisms, or issues that you'd like to discuss with me, I will be more than happy to do it. You can write to me directly at pablo.pareja@upf.edu, and I will be more than glad to continue this discussion with you. Let me finish by wishing you all a great ASEAN Conference on Comparative Laws and thanking you all again for your attention. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Okay, that's the third keynote speaker, Dr. Pablo Pareza Alcaraz, who speak about international law and East Asia regional order and the strengthening of a fundamental institution. He discussed about how international law and international relation and how it change or impact or influence the institutional development in Asia regional order. And again, because of the recorded version and Dr. Pablo is unable to join with us in the Zoom meeting, so there is no answer and question and answer session. I hope that the committee will be able to ask to the keynote speaker to send through the email or the paper that maybe they already written. And the fourth keynote speaker is Professor Eduardo Oteiza, come from the Universidad Nacional de La Plata, Argentina. And he speaks about the organization of the civil justice system and judicial independence. Professor Eduardo Oteiza is a full-time research professor and director of LLM program at La Plata National University, Argentina. And she's the vice president of the International Association of Procedural Law from 2011 until 2019. And he had several publications writing articles about legal reform, judicial independence, procedural law principles. And at MPI Luxembourg, his research project deals with comparative analysis of justice reform and how law theories of comparative law translate into practice. So the committee, could you please upload the recorded version of Professor Eduardo?
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I should like to express my gratitude to the organizers of this comparative law conference for honoring me with the designation of keynote speaker. I would particularly like to thank Professor Naufal B. Pratama, Jordan Gunawan, and Susi Dewi Harijanti for their encouragement and support. Please excuse me for not pronouncing your names properly and for being unable to share this talk with you live because of the time differences. Now, I must say that I would very much prefer to meet you in person. Virtual meetings make many organizational aspects easier, but they can replace face-to-face meetings. I hope we will soon be able to leave this limitation behind us and enjoy the experience of sharing all the spontaneous exchange that nurture us when we come together in the same place. The title of my intervention refers to some specific problems intrinsic to the organization of civil justice and its relationship with the independence of judges. Developing the many questions that arise from the proposed relationship in a comparative format demands an analysis of several different forms of judicial organization. This would require seminar lasting quite a few months. The alternative forms of organizing state justice reflect different historical roots and cultural aspects. They respond, among other factors, to a political and institutional design that varies according to the options taken by the various states, immersed in a different cultural cycles. In the time I have with you today, it's not possible to cover everything. I might also add that dedicating myself to a detailed description of the relation between judicial organizations and the guarantee of independence would exceed the limit of my intervention. Access to justice is a critical, important notion. It is also very complex and constantly being challenged by factors that condition the quality of the parties and judicial independence. It is also very clear that the independence of the judge is undermined by problems stemming from appointment systems as well as by all pressure judges face when they have to decide what rights are to be awarded. The central theme of my conference aims to deal with the fundamental problem linking access to justice with the independence of judges and the research developed by the international community in its effort to safeguard that relationship. I will deal first with the following 5 questions: subjectivity, challenge, particularism, and universalism, notes on equality and independence, access to justice and international agreements, independence and international consensus, and finally, international views on civil justice and democracy. The first one, subjectivity, challenge, particularism, and universalism. This is a drawing penned by Joaquin Torres Garcia in 1943, which I'm using to illustrate my own limits in the analysis of comparative law. Torres Garcia was born in Uruguay and at the age of 17 moved to Barcelona, where he studied at the School of Fine Arts. He worked with the modernist Antonio Gaudí on the stained glass windows of the Basilica of the Sagrada Familia. After several years of intense international artistic activity, he returned to Uruguay. Torres Garcia's Catalan father emigrated to Uruguay and then returned to Barcelona. Torres Garcia accompanied his father to Barcelona and then returned to Uruguay. Strangely, both artists returned to the cultural context which had formed them. Their identity consolidated in their shows was decisive and conditioned them to the point that both found themselves obliged to return to their birthplace. These are simple anecdotes which I'm sharing with you to underscore the importance of one's origins. The village is like an expression of the singular, and yet shapes our understanding of the world. Garcia Torres' painting, Inverted Map, throws into relief a suggestive perspective on Latin America. For Joaquín Torres Garcia, the south is his north. This originally take on the region where his homeland lay, tell us about the singularity of the place that identify us. The relationship between the singularity of our origins and how this condition our way of seeing things is in constant tension with universal visions that also believe they are marked on our view of the world. One of the overreaching features of our time is the opportunity to achieve greatest closeness, to communicate and share our needs and expectations beyond geographical frontiers and timelines. Globalization is in tension with the singularity of a multiplicity of cultures. This tension can be appreciated in Torres Garcia's work. Art offers us the opportunity to examine how we relate to context through the lens of each era. Greek mythology presents us with the allegory of Narcissus, who fell in love with his reflection and became so enraptured in the contemplation of his own beauty that he died. When we refer to Narcissus, we are talking about the great vision of a beauty that only has eyes for itself. In Caravaggio's work, the representation of Narcissus himself is static, an attempt to portray every detail of the figure engrossed in its obsession. There is a play with the light and the motionlessness reflection of a Narcissus gazing, labeling at his own beauty in the figure reflected by the still waters. Dalí shows us the continuum between Narcissus admiring himself in the lake, his death, and rebirth as flower. The work of Torres Garcia, Caravaggio, and Dalí allude to singularity, and at the same time reveal the universality of the path that we build from diversity. This tension between the particular and the universal is inscribed in the alternatives sought by society and state in matters of civil justice. From this springs the values of equality and independence that are my subject today, in the framework of the singular and the plural. Notes on equality and independence. It is axiomatic that judges' independence and impartiality, as well as the quality of the party and access to justice, are the essential pillars of judicial process and thus of state justice. Without equality and impartiality, we cannot aspire to a rational and fair resolution of judicial proceedings. However, although they are constitutive factors, these two notions have been recognized and respected in different degrees of intensity. Incontrovertibly, in the abstract plane, they nevertheless face many difficulties when it comes to their effective realization. Although they are accepted in terms of their substantive nature, being considered essential requirement of the proceedings, to what extent independence, equality, and access to justice are actually fulfilled and exercised open up a broad field of analysis on what this means and how it happens in different contexts. Societies adopt the idea of equal access to independent justice in different ways according to their cultural, social, and political history and background, showing just how complex it is to try and set to the precise conceptual form of each of these two pillars. It is not enough to have the judge be equidistant to the parties, since for a fair process, it is also vital that those involved in a dispute do not come across any obstacle that would prevent them from exposing and proving the facts and the rights they are invoking. The decision on what right to attribute to the fact is based, on the one hand, on the neutrality of the person taking that decision. This neutrality is understood to be synonymous with independence and impartiality. The decision must also be the result of the similarity of forces, considered as the absence of barriers and the effective opportunity to argue and provide evidence in favor of certain position. The international instrument setting the minimum standards of protection reflect the general consensus of state as regards their scope and importance. The reiteration of fundamental rights in various treaties prompts the consideration that it is a shared belief that it is broadly accepted in the international community. On September 2015, the UN General Assembly approved the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, whose central promise is to leave no one behind, ending all discrimination and exclusion, and reducing the inequalities and vulnerabilities that undermine the potential of individuals and humanity as a whole. The 2030 Agenda set a series of sustainable development goals to be achieved in order to eradicate poverty and hunger, combat inequalities within and between countries, build peaceful, just, and inclusive societies, protect human rights, and promote gender equality, and the empowerment of women and girls, and ensure the lasting protection of the planet and its resources, natural resources. Similarly, these goals seek to establish a universal respect for human rights and the dignity of people, the rule of law, justice, equality, and non-discrimination. SDG 16 is about promoting peaceful and inclusive society for sustainable development, facilitating access to justice without exclusion. I underline the notion of facilitating access to justice without exclusions, and building effective institutions at all levels. Target 3 under SDG is about promoting the rule of law at national and international levels and ensuring equal access to justice. 4 years after the 2030 Agenda, was launched in 2019, the Human Rights Council issued a statement that since 1990, 1 billion people had been lifted out of extreme poverty. At the same time, it is expressed its concerns that 1.3 billion people continue to live in poverty. Target 16.3 of the 2030 agenda once again emphasized the equal right of access to justice. Goal 16 has to do with the level of protection already recognized in human rights declaration and treaties. These include the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights that enshrines the equality of the parties along with the independence and impartiality of the judge as essential elements of judicial protection. In Article 10 expressly says that every person has the right, under condition of full equality, to be heard publicly and fairly by an independent and impartial tribunal. Similarly, the Covenant on Civil and Political Rights in 1966 says in its Article 14 that all persons are equal before the courts and tribunals. Every person shall have the right to be heard publicly and with due guarantees by the competent, independent, and impartial court, established by law in the substantiation of any criminal accusation made against him or for the determination of his right or obligations. The Human Rights Committee adopted General Comment number 32 on the right to a fair trial and equality before the courts and tribunals, which details the series of criteria based on Article 14 of the Convention of Civil and Political Rights. According to one of these standards, the principle of equality of access and equality of procedures means ensure that the parties to the proceedings are treated without any discrimination. It also says that the requirement of the competence, independence, and impartiality of a court within the meaning of Article 14, Paragraph 1, is an absolute right that cannot be subject to any exceptions. In Europe, the concept of the right of access to justice is enshrined in Article 6 and 13 of the European Convention on Human Rights, and in Article 47 of the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union. They guarantee the right to a fair trial to an effective remedy. Although here it is not possible to go into more detail about the jurisprudence of the European Court of Human Rights, some of its criteria constitute relevant guidelines regarding access to justice. I shall refer to some of the European Court's guidelines regarding its interpretation of Article 6. It is worth remembering here that in Golder versus United Kingdom, 1975, the court held that an important derivation of the right of access to justice is the principle of equality of arms, meaning a fair balance between the parties. In the case of Don Beher versus the Netherlands, 1993, it was concluded that equality of procedural means implies the obligation to offer each party the reasonable possibility of presenting its case, including evidence in conditions that do not place it a clear disadvantage with respect to the other. In America, both the Declaration of Human Rights and the American Convention of Human Rights recognize the risk to a judicial process, the right to a judicial process. In Its Article 8, the American Convention, recognized the right to judicial guarantees, and in Article 25, the right to judicial protection through a simple and rapid remedy. When interpreting the American Convention, the Inter-American Court of Human Rights set certain standards which are consistent with the procedural equality and the independence and impartiality of who takes the decision. The jurisprudence of this court understands that the judicial guarantee contained in Article 8 of the American Convention refer to the requirement of due legal process as well as the right of access to justice. As I said earlier, when the UN General Assembly adopted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, it drew attention to the importance of independence, impartiality, and equality in Article 10. Similar wording was included in Article 14 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. In 1985, the UN General Assembly adopted the basic principle on the independence of the judiciary, and 8 years later, in 1993, the World Conference on Human Rights approved the Vienna Declaration and the Program of Action. This states that each state must provide a framework of effective remedies to repair the infractions or violation of human rights. The administration of justice, in particular law enforcement agency, as well as independent judiciary and legal protection in full compliance with the standards enshrined in the International Human Rights Instrument, are of critical importance for the full realization of human rights. All these international instruments concur in that there is an inseparable connection between respect for the rights and an independent justice system that allows them to be preserved. However, and notwithstanding the categorical establishment of the right to an independent and impartial judge, there is a clear contrast between international regulation and the practices actually carried out by the states within their borders. This often occurs in violation of the treaty they have pledged to respect and the obligations assumed. The gap between the principle adopted and their effective respect prompted the Subcommission for the Prevention of Discrimination and Protection of Minority in 1979 to start collecting information enabling the establishment of a control mechanism that would safeguard judicial independence. In 1994, the Subcommission appointed a special rapporteur tasked with intervening with governments in the face of violation of judicial independence. The first special rapporteur on the independence of judges and lawyers maintained that his mandate was established in response to concrete and practical problems. In many countries, judges and lawyers face reprisals for carrying out their professional duties. Such interference range from professional sanction and dismissal to arbitrary arrest and detention, as well as personal attacks, including murders and disappearances. Apart from the interference affecting a judge or a lawyer, there have also been several cases where the executive or legislative bodies have suspended certain functions of judicial body. In other cases, they have enacted laws annulling these functions altogether, producing an interference in the structures and institutions set up for the administration of justice, including bar associations. The obstacle preventing the fulfillment of judicial independence have been enumerated in the annual reports drawn up by the Special Rapporteur since 1995. They have specified certain requirements that must be made in order to guarantee guarantee independence. This includes the need to establish a mechanism able to deal with the selection and prosecution of judges without having a detrimental influence on judicial neutrality. It was also indicated that the judicial function should be kept clearly separate from other powers and its independence guaranteed at constitutional level. Finally, the reports also stress the need to provide the judiciary with its sufficient operating budget and financial autonomy. In addition, these reports makes it clear that threats to judicial independence not only came from public powers, but also from organized crime, the business sector, and large national and multinational companies. The special rapporteurs have emphasized that corruption not only takes place at an economic level, such as the embezzlement of funds assigned to the judiciary or bribes, but also is present in the lack of impartiality shown in trials arising from the politicization of the judiciary, partisan loyalties among judges, and all types of judicial cronyism. Lack of trust in the judiciary is extremely harmful to democracy and development, and encourage the persistence of corrupt practice. From another perspective, which bears some similarity with the issues highlighted by the report of the special rapporteurs on the independence of magistrates, the UN invited a number of Chief Justice and Superior Court magistrates to form a judicial integrity group. Their remit was to analyze how public trust in the judicial system was being eroded, thanks to a growing perception of their weaknesses, partiality, and corruption. Their work led to drawing of the Bangalore Principle of Judicial Conduct, 2001, which was adopted by the Human Rights Commission, today Human Rights Council, after a process of consultation and review through Resolution 2003/43. The first two principles of this document refer to the independence and impartiality. Instruments with similar orientation have been since adopted by the courts and Superior Court of Justice through Iberoamerica. First, the Statute of the Ibero-American Judge was approved in 2001, and then the Model Code of Judicial Ethics in 2014. The Council of Europe has adopted 3 actions to encourage member states to strengthen judicial independence. The first was Recommendation R 94/12 of the Committee of Ministers of the Member States on the Independence, Efficiency, and Function of Judges, which urged the states to take a series of measures to safeguard judicial independence and impartiality. The recommendation includes that judge term of office and remuneration be guaranteed by law, that the executive and legislative powers ensure that judges are independent and not measures are taken which could jeopardize this independence. That all decisions related to the professional career of judges should be based on objective criteria, and that their selection should be based on merit, taking into account their qualification, integrity, ability, and efficiency, and lastly, that judges be independent and capable of acting without restriction, inappropriate influence, incentive, pressures, threat, or interference, whether direct or indirect, of any kind or any reason, among other criteria aimed at reinforcing their independence. The second measure adopted was the European Charter on the Statute of Judges in 1998. It follows Article 6 of the European Convention for the Protection of Human Rights and Fundamental Freedoms, which establishes the right of every person to be heard equitably, publicly, and within reasonable time by an independent and impartial court. The chapter sets criteria for the selection, recruitment, and initial training of judges, their appointment, tenure, and career development. The third measure involved the creation of the Consultative Council of European Judges, complying with Resolution number 1 on measure to strengthen the independence and impartiality of judges in Europe. It was adopted by the 12th Conference of European Justice Ministers in Moldova in June 1999. The Consultative Council has produced a series of thematic reports, two of which are of particular importance with respect to independence and impartiality. In the first report, the Consultative Council underlines that its purpose is not to improve on any principle nor to harmonize the institution, but rather to ensure the effective implementation of those principles that have already been drawn up. It rises to the challenge of proposing guidelines aimed at creating guarantees for independence and impartiality by identifying the circumstances that put this principle at risk. The report contains proposals about the level of independence to be guaranteed, as well as about the bodies in charge of appointing and promoting judges. It also suggests guidelines to regulate a transparent process of objective selection based on the merit of the candidate, the features required for an adequate process able to impose disciplinary sanctions or decide on removal for misconduct, protecting the remuneration of magistrates and the provision of safeguards against improper influence, both external and internal. The last point, in international perspective on civil justice and democracy. The following diagram shows an evaluation of civil justice and due process of law drawn up by the World Justice Program and a comparison with the result of the ranking prepared by the World Economic Forum, Transparency International, and the Doing Business Report, which rate independence, transparency, and the estimated time taken to resolve conflicts. The state coexists with systems containing initiatives that evaluate how much the commitment assumed are being met. This is in terms of guaranteeing accessible and efficient processes, the independence of judges, institutional transparency, and a reasonable time for resolving conflicts. Each of these benchmarks, although they pursue different objectives, may be studied to evaluate the degree of compliance with the obligations assumed. These studies are as follows. First, the World Justice Project Rule of Law Index, covering 128 countries and jurisdictions. The index assesses how the rule of law is lived and perceived around the world. Using primary data, it studies the rule of law performance of different countries across 8 factors: restriction on government powers, absence of corruption, open government, fundamental rights, order and public safety, regulatory compliance, civil justice, and criminal justice. In terms of civil justice, it measures the accessibility of civil courts, and whether people are aware of the mechanism available to them, whether they can access this mechanism and pay for advice and legal representation, and whether they can access the core system without incurring unjustified expenses, red tape, or physical or linguistic obstacles. If, in practice, the civil justice system discriminates on the basis of socioeconomic level, ethnicity, religion, country of origin, sexual orientation, or gender identity. It's also measured the absence of corruption in civil justice and whether the civil justice system is free from bribery, undue influence by private interests, and finally, it measures whether the civil justice system is free from undue influence by government official or political interest. It is worth noting the coincidence between respect for the rule of law and the evaluation of civil justice inherent to these systems. This parallel reveals that respect for democratic value would seem to be a condition for the effective functioning of civil justice. The World Economic Forum is committing to ensuring that public institutions incorporate sound governance principles and earn the trust of their citizens. It quantifies the degree of judicial independence in 144 states. Transparency Internationally conducts campaigns and research to expose the system and networks that allow corruption to flourish, demanding greater transparency and integrity in all areas of public life. It published an index that qualifies the perception of transparency in 180 jurisdictions. The Doing Business Index of the World Bank Group annually measures the regulation that favor or restrict the business activity of small and medium-sized local companies through their life cycle in 190 economies. The index is made up of 10 areas with the same weighting. These are starting a business, managing constructing permits, obtaining electricity, property registration, obtaining creditor, protecting minority investors, paying taxes, trading across borders, enforcing contracts, and resolving insolvency. The Contract Compliance Sub-Index evaluates the time and cost taken to resolve a commercial dispute and the quality of judicial proceedings. This demonstrates just how much importance is given to the evolution of national state in certain key areas taken as a whole. It is an exchange between national and international players, allowing us to see for ourselves how effective certain public policies are in various latitudes, as regards the relationship between democracy, justice, and judicial process. This table shows the evaluation of a state in certain regions as drawn up by the organization I mentioned earlier. This vision takes into account many different evaluations and can thus give us an approximate idea of how much different states respect notion of equality and independence. As you can see, the singular or what pertains to each individual state is juxtaposed with their global interest in strengthening the institution of democracy, the rule of law, and civil justice. I don't have time to go into the intrinsics of each state performance. These are, at large extent, provisional maps revealing context of permeable borders. Beyond the degree of success and error achieved by each one, they allow us to establish relationships and concordances. They are large-scale maps that enable us to make initial assessment. Depending on our objective, they help us to see things in greater detail, even as we lose this overall perspective. The scale we choose depends on just how much and what we want to see. It seems appropriate to add that in addition to the regions, we should be attentive to the information available regarding respect for the rule of law in the jurisdiction that we are analyzing. The map you see is taken from the Global State of Democracy for 2019, prepared by the International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance. The next one is by the BDIM Institute at the University of Gothenburg. Both are clearly suggestive. Without democratic institution, it's very hard to speak seriously of the role played by justice, particularly by an independent justice system. I should like to wind up, but inviting you to take a fresh look at two paintings that examine the subjectivity that conditions the way in which we see reality. The famous paintings by Velázquez, Las Meninas, which he painted in 1656 using chiaroscuro effects and its use of perspective, achieve an almost magical sense of reality. The characters in the painting may be talking to each other, but they also seem to be looking straight at us in a kind of dialogue between the painting and the viewer. The series of paintings of Pablo Picasso, 300 years later, also called Las Meninas, in his attempt to reconstruct Velázquez's work. Both painting reveals the singularity of the way in which each painter sees and relates to reality. At the same time, we have elected them to universal status precisely because of the admiration they awaken within us. The scope of democracy, equality between the parties, and the independence of the judges may be seen as a process of permanent evolution which we may, beyond our differences, help to strengthen with debates such as that proposed in this Congress. Once again, I would like to extend my thanks to the organizers, the university, and all of those who have, with such patience and interest, listened to my presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay. We have already 4 keynote speakers with Professor Eduardo Oteiza as a last speaker, and his presentation is very interesting. He raised 5 questions. The first one is about the subjectivity challenges particularism and universalism. The second about notes on equality and independence, access to justice and international agreements, independence and international consensus, and lastly, international views on civil justice and democracy. That's how the Professor Eduardo Oteiza tried to explain about his thought on the organization of the civil justice system and judicial independence. Interestingly, he started with the painting and also finish his presentation with the painting again. Try to explain about how the subjectivity and try to connect with the role of the court in civil justice system. He also mentioned about the SDGs system, about the sustainable development and promoting the rule of law. And also, importantly, the role of human rights concern, and also the right to judicial process, right to judicial protection. And in this regard, again, we can see how court will play an important role to obtain civil justice and judicial independence. In all, I think that Professor Eduardo tried to explain about the importance of the judicial independence and also the importance of the law and procedure to realize the civil justice system. Again, because this is the recorded version, there is no QA session. And from I think 8:30 up until now, we already have 4 keynote speakers with various topics. Professor Tim Lindsay discussed about Islamic law in Southeast Asia, and then followed by Associate Professor Istiana, who discussed about the regulatory framework on musyarakah mutanakisah under Indonesia and Malaysian law. The 2 keynote speakers clearly discussed from the comparative perspective. And the third speaker, Dr. Pablo Pareza Alcaraz, discussed on international law and East Asia regional order, strengthening of a fundamental institution. In his presentation, although he did not clearly use the comparative like Professor Tim Lindsay and Associate Professor Istiana, but we know about the development of the institution in East Asia regional order in different pace. And the last, Professor Eduardo Oteiza, I think a bit quite different with the first 3 keynote speakers. He focuses his presentation on the organization of the civil justice system and judicial independence from quite an international perspective. I hope we have a very good insight or new knowledge and new paradigm about those topics. And finally, I say thank you for your attention, and I hope that we can meet again either virtually or offline, not online, but offline. I hope that next year the situation become better, and we can meet again in the international conference on constitution on comparative law. And I say thank you for the organization who give me opportunity to assist as a moderator in this prestigious conference. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bro. Lucy. Thank you.
Thank you, bro.
Wow. Thank you, Professor Susi, for being a very great moderator and chairman for our keynote speakers for today. Also, I would like to thank Professor Tim Lindsay, Associate Professor Istiana, Dr. Pablo Pereja Alcaraz, and Professor Eduardo Oteiza. It is a very exhausting keynote speak, but thank you for the amazing and enriching keynote sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, before we end our agenda, I would like to have a photo session with all of you. And for that, I would like to ask for your cooperation to open your camera. I believe everyone has opened their camera, and there are 5 slides for today. We start by the first slide. First slide, get ready. 1, 2, and 3. All right, thank you. Second slide. Get ready. 1, 2, and 3. Slide 3. 1, 2, and 3. And slide 4. 1, 2, and 3. All right. Okay. So last slide, I guess. Slide 5, get ready. 1, 2, and 3. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your cooperation. Now, we are now at the end of our agenda. Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta takes pride not only in the quality of the teaching, but also in the research and scholarship of its academics, all of whom are at your disposal to provide you with a comprehensive and inclusive educational experience. Our session today has not ended yet. I would like to remind you that we will have an opening ceremony for the International Conference on Sustainable Innovation at 1 p.m. today. As such, until then, you are very pleased to take a rest. But see you at 1 p.m. for the opening for International Conference on Sustainable Innovation. Until then, thank you for your kind attention. I wish everyone a healthy, successful, and enriching academic year. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
May I leave now?
Yeah, Prof.
Okay.
Matur nuwun, Prof. Matur nuwun, matur nuwun. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.